Okay, we're back. And hopefully it doesn't start doing that again. That was super weird. I don't know where that came from at all. That was just flippin' weird. Flippin' weird. And now I gotta get my stuff for Twitch back up. Perfect. Okay. Well, thanks for everybody who actually stuck around for that. That was, again, truly bizarre. Don't know what was going on. I want to zoom in. Can we zoom in? Thank you. Wow, that's really tiny. And that is not dark enough. Okay. So, oh, I gotta open up my, my little, information thing for the vampires. Because there was some cool stuff. We had like the Philippines, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia. They were all like in one lump. And they're apparently all female. So I don't know what's up with you men, especially back in ye old days. You just think that women are evil, blood-sucking leeches that just want to eradicate you? Like, it makes me... It kind of makes me think some of the, alpha male BS that goes on with how some of these vampire types are categorized or where they come from. But, oh my god. So, yeah, the Philippines, Malaysia, Cambodia, they're basically 90% the same. They are, so you've got the Aswang, Aswang, I've heard of this before I researched this, and it's basically a spirit type being that takes form of a very attractive girl by day and develops wings and a long hollow tongue at night, and it uses the tongue to suck fetuses of pregnant women. They will also eat the heart, liver, and phlegm of sick people. I don't know what that says about society, but that was a whole thing. It is something that was believed, possibly still believed, depending on if you're from a very rural, superstitious area. All right, so we got 2 of these. Copy, paste. A couple more of these. I think we're gonna paste. Alright, so this one's gonna go a little closer, because, maybe not. Maybe we should put this one all the way on the other side. Like right there. Yeah, save. So what we got next? All right. The Philippines has 2. So they have, oh god. I totally read that last one wrong. So Aswang is like the overarching type of creature, and it's basically like a demon or spirit kind of thing. And then underneath it, you've got the Tagalog. Oh my god. Nenderugu. I totally effed that up. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hi, Tortiga. Welcome back. Yeah, I had to restart my computer. Hopefully it stops the flickering thing. I don't know why it was doing that. I don't know. And then you also have the Visayan Menengal. There's too many repeating consonants and vowels. Oh my god. So the first one does like an attractive younger lady. The Visayan one, it does a mature woman. And this mature woman can separate its torso from the rest of its body, like its head and its trunk, and it flies off into the night. And it eats blood from sleeping pregnant women. I'm guessing that natural miscarriages possibly is a very huge problem in the Philippines, and or even in these like South Asian island nations. So I can totally see why this would be a thing. It's just weird that it's also like a woman causing the loss of a pregnancy. It's just, oh my God. Like, I don't get that. Like, if women are supposed to be nurturing and stuff like that, why do you have these women that are like basically evil demon things harming other women? And I'm sure there's a reason in their culture, because I personally, like, all human beings are not good. All males are not great. All women are not great. All non-binary people are not great. We are all human beings, and some human beings are just garbage, right? But it's just super weird that most of the Asian vampires are women. It's a thing. In Malaysia, it's, again, the Pengalan. Yep, Pengalan. At least that's how I've typed it out. I could have typed it out wrong. It is a beautiful woman of indeterminate age, and she uses black magic. Or she'll summon demons. You know, okay, whatever. She can detach her head, which has fangs, because she's a vampire. And the head flies around looking for blood. And it prefers pregnant women. And and a bunch of the other the islands around Malaysia have basically the same thing, only the origins are a little different. So on the islands around Malaysia, not specifically Malaysia, the Pengalan comes from a woman that passed away during childbirth, and she rises from the dead, and she basically seeks revenge and terrorizes the village. She'll have long black hair that covers her whole neck. Oh, her hair covers a hole in her neck, and that's where she sucks the blood of children from. Like, what on earth is going on? And it's crazy. I don't know, like, specifically any women that want to, like, go out of their way to harm kids or anything like that. Well, that's not true. They're again, bad humans are bad, right? Let's group. Well, we need to do a bar across, so let's get that shape. Their vampires are interesting. I was just like, dude, really? Okay, this is where the lock is, so probably just do that. That'll overlap. Cool. So we're going to copy and paste. Bring it down to here. Fun story scares. They do scare kids into being obedient, but I don't know. It's just like, as I was growing up, and I know a lot of like Christian or Abrahamic religions have this, where the father is like the primary disciplining person, and so you hear stories of, you know, like the mountain men and stuff like that, or even Sasquatch. A lot of Sasquatch started out as like wild men just living out in the forest, and if you go out and do stupid things out in the woods, the wild man's gonna come kill you, right? It's a dude thing. It's a male-centric thing. Where in a lot of the Asian cultures, it seems like women are the ones that you need to be afraid of. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And a lot of mothers are definitely the kids that say, well, that's why a lot of them, you know, were passing away in childbirth and not having full term pregnancies and stuff like that. Like, their bodies couldn't do it. It's absolutely revolting. And it's definitely a thing that actually still happens, which is also very sad. Okay, so we need like a loop that goes around here. What do we got next? So Cambodia, basically the same thing, right? Same as the Pengalan. Every time I say one of these words, I feel so bad because I know I'm not saying it correctly. So in Cambodia, they have one called just AB. It's basically the beautiful woman of an undeterminate age that uses vampires and her head detaches and floats around. But the prefers the lungs and hearts of people and animal blood for food. Being an in Cambodia can be hereditary. So like if your mom was one, then you're probably one if you're a female. They basically, they're just act like normal human beings. They're just, you know, part of their body flies off and drinks blood at night. They can get married, but an will prefer to sleep alone. And they'll like secure their room so people can't like bust in and see that their head is missing. And their spouses fear them. So if you know somebody that from Cambodia that doesn't sleep with their spouse, and their spouse sleeps in a locked up room, their spouse might be an And I don't know how to get rid of an it wasn't part of it. I'm sure it's very similar to how you get rid of a normal vampire. God, I'm sorry, my nose is so itchy. You know, the stake, dismemberment, that kind of thing, and beheading. The Chinese one, oh my God. The Chinese one like got me really excited because I've heard about stories about these in other books, especially the historically accurate ones that talk about running into different kinds of vampires and stuff. Oh my God. And it's just, okay, I definitely don't think I need any more of that tea. I can definitely feel that my energy levels are right through the roof. So, outside of like, you have to pay for premium service to get rid of apps. Probably. Well, and it would suck because if it was an it's hereditary. So if your spouse, your wife, was an her mom was an and probably her sisters too. So it's not like you could just go to the family and go like, "Hey, take care of your daughter," right? Like how a lot of us would say, "Hey, you're responsible for how your kids behave because you raised them badly." If your whole female side of your family is practically, you know, vampiric demon spirit things, then you're hosed. You married into that. You're stuck. And they're gonna, you know, gaslight you and ghost you. So it's basically just being an abusive relationship. Which really sucks for whoever this poor thing happened to, right? Okay, we're going to do something real quick here. And then we'll talk about the Chinese vampires. The Jiangxi. I actually know how to pronounce that one. Mostly. So, what we're gonna do is zoom out. So I basically need most of this shape, but I need like a thin bit of it. So we're going to make a thin bit of it. I'm trying to think if it might be easier to remove chunks. think that's what we're going to do. We're going to remove chunks. We've got, so the Jiangxi, again, I'm fairly confident in my pronunciation of that, but I could still be wrong. And I apologize if I am. They are reanimated via magic. And it's a really neat thing, I think, because it really shows how important the remains are to most of Chinese culture. They're very important to most Asian cultures, but like, I shouldn't say that. Family is very important in China, and this shows like how important it is. So the Jiangxi are reanimated via magic. So what happens is your family will hire a sorcerer, and that sorcerer's whole job is to basically go out and find your body. So hypothetically, you died far away from home. Maybe you were in the military and you guys had a war or something and you passed away. And you're far, far away from your family, and all they know is that you're gone. So they will hire a sorcerer to go find you, and that sorcerer will place a spell on your body. And they use like the little talisman things for that spell. So the spell will reanimate the body, and to keep it from just running away, the feet are bound. So it has to hop, like magically bound. So it has to hop. And it will only follow the orders of the sorcerer. Hopefully you paid your sorcerer well, so the sorcerer doesn't just like run off with the body of your loved one. But it will just basically hop around, following the sorcerer as he goes about his business of collecting corpses to bring back to their families. And it'll just follow him around until the spell's gone. There are a few ways to break the spell. So you can... The charm can just fall off. Like, I don't know, if your corpse is hopping through a forest and a branch whacks it in the face and the charm gets ripped off, that could be bad. The thing is if it's not taken, if the charm is not removed by the sorcerer, the corpse will become conscious, and it will go rampaging around the countryside, and it will absorb the energy or the ki of living creatures. There is a secondary way that it goes. Like, so your Jiangxi could also be created kind of like the little doll in the trilogy. Yes, basically, yeah. Well, that's what the second one would be. The second one would fit better for that. So the Jiangxi can be created when a person's soul fails to leave the deceased's body. So if you want like a natural vampire type thing, somebody could just not want to leave their body, and their body, they can just hang around there. And they will have long curved nails, because you know how your body just like dries out and your nails appear to get longer. Growing canines and stuff, because again, water leaving the body. Greenish white furry skin, which researchers is probably fungus. So they were the corpses that they were inspecting at the time were probably buried in moist environments with space around them, so fungus could grow on them. And one of the best things, one of the most silly random things is if there is a bag of grain in its path, it has to stop and count the grains before it can go. So a popular way of protecting your house, or at least giving you warning, was to hang a bag of rice out front of your house or around any entrances to your house, because the Jiangshi would have to stop and count that rice, and that would hopefully give you enough time to realize what's going on and take other precautions. I don't. I just think that's super cool because it's not. It doesn't specifically place the like it doesn't have a, it's not like a gendered thing. It is literally you were away from home and you died. You could be a young lady that got married off to somebody 5 towns over, and you pass away for whatever reason, and you know your family is like, okay, well, we'd like to have her buried here because you know you let her die. You know, they might be angry or something. I don't know. So they hire somebody to go get the body, and that body's like hopping across the thing. And maybe again, she's going through a forest, hopping through the forest, and a branch hits her and tears off the talisman, and suddenly she's conscious and she's just roaming around the world, or maybe the countryside, living off of living creatures' ki. So there's like animals and birds and stuff in the forest dying. It could be a dude, again, like the first example I had with the war. You know, you could be a guy. Oh, thank you, Bill Hepner. That's such an easy one. Thank you for following Bill Hepner. So you got, yeah, like the guy in war, died far away, and, you know, the family hired a sorcerer to bring him back, and he could be hopping through the forest. Branch hits him, takes a talisman off, and now he's roaming around. It doesn't matter. And they could be young or old. It just doesn't matter. And I really like that. I just... Asia, why does it have to be women? Why, Asia, why? Except for northern India, they also had said they had instances of men, but it was mostly women. So I was just like, that's so kind of frustrating. So frustrating. Look at that, we're on page 2 now. Oh, in case you guys weren't here yesterday, I have this little gem of a book. So one of the sources that I'm reading has, I swear to God, almost copied this book. Like, this was their source book for this one source. And it's easier to read online because they cut out a lot of the fluff. But there's like full page pictures in this thing, and it's dense. It is so dense. But I got to figure out which month I'm doing werewolves in, because werewolf myths predate vampire myths by a little bit, like 50 to 100 years. So a couple generations. So that is going to be a cool one, and I'm really kind of looking forward to that. Vampires are still my favorite jam. I think that the myths and stories and stuff behind them and how they came into being is really cool, but I will totally get down with some vampire stories too. And I really need to finish this gate. So give me a minute and I'm going to finish the gate, and then we will go. Oh, what's next? I've got Africa, the Americas, and India. Like central and southern India. And India is a huge place. So like there's going to be a lot of variation within like those areas too. I'm gonna have to do a line like this. I'm gonna have to make a rando shape. Boop, boop, boop. I kind of asked before, but I hope everybody's having a good day. It's Wednesday. I know Wednesdays can be a little rough for a lot of people, especially if you have like a full-time day job. And you're lurking. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that. Look at that. Okay, so I'm going to move that down. I'm move that in. Yes. I think we're going to move this in a wee bit. All right, and then I'm going to turn this on because we need to make this smaller. Something like that. Cool. Boom. And then we need a little box. Right about there. It's the lock on the gate. All right, so we've got, this will be a group. Shift, group, we're gonna call it the gate. Oh, I'm so excited to get the details started, but I'm also really excited to tell you guys about vampires from around the world, and I need to slow down because, again, I'm almost, we're halfway through page 2. The Africa one is not very long, and it's really neat. And then the Americas, which is Trinidad, Colombia, and Chile. Theirs isn't super interesting. India's got some cool ones. And then the next big one is like Romania. And Ireland and Scotland have some. And then there's like 2 pages of the Slavic Europe. But I think I'm going to focus on work for like 20 minutes. Actually, I think I'm going to take a restroom break first, and then I'm going to focus on art for like 20 minutes. So this is a great time to bust out whatever you're working on. I have no clue what, there it goes. I hit a button, and it did weird things. So I'm going to take a quick break. If you guys are working and lurking, feel free to continue to work and lurk. Enjoy the music, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm sorry about that. That was super loud. And I'll be back in just a minute. We're back! Yay! I got upstairs and my energy levels and the caffeine is like, I 100% understand that I've been talking super fast and I have a lot of energy right now. That is because I've had a lot of tea today, and I got upstairs and my body's like, oh, you need something with starch in it. So I had to make myself a snack. And I'm going to munch on it while I art. And gaze at my cute little tea bag stamp that a friend gave me. And it's just super cute. And I can't wait to use it on something. What? I don't know, but something. Oh, okay. We situated? We're situated. I have Pop-Tarts. Like, they have a lot of sugar in them, but they also have a lot of pastry, and I'm going to actually eat, like, I'm going to eat my Pop-Tart crusts. I don't usually eat them. I don't know why. But I'm going to eat them because I need the starch. And yes, I had to heat them up. I cannot eat Pop-Tarts cold. I feel like I need another one of these shapes, but like inside. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's copy this. Copy, paste. Oh, hang on. We need to make it smaller so it fits within our little thing there. Okay, now what we can do is we can delete that and bring this, whoa, hello. Delete that. All right, and this we're gonna make black, like actual black. Yeah. Oh yeah, that works good. I shouldn't say good, it works well. Well is the proper Englishiness of what I was trying to say. Beautiful. Yeah, we got our crypt coming along. Oh, oh. No. Did you know that one Pop-Tart is actually one serving? And originally, when they were doing their test runs, they would package them in 2s just to, you know, cut costs. And by the time that they had done all their testing, Americans were so used to just having a packet of 2 that they just kept packaging them in 2s. But you're really only supposed to have 1. Do I care? Am I only going to eat 1? Hell no. I'm going to eat both of these. Because the strawberry ones, mwah, so amazing. Alright, I think we're done with this. I need to turn that picture back on. Okay, now I'm really hoping this picture isn't what was causing it to do that weird flickery thing that it was doing earlier. Because I need to see where to put the lines. We're basically just going to make this straight across, if I remember right. Oh, well, we're going to have a step. So, yeah. So there will be a platform here to make the step. I'm not going to get this done today. Well, look forward to another surprise stream, because I would like to get this done soon. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Thank you very much. Okay. We are going to make it that color. But we need the line to be probably that color. All right, that'll do for right now. Okay. This one's going to be like the opposite. Can we all be like the same? All right, let's copy paste this down to here, make it thinner. So actually what we need to do is we need to make this a mask, and we need to pick these all up and drop them in there so they will cut off at their appropriate spots. Right, it's this one. I have a crumb in my glove. Pop-Tarts, how dare you? Be so delicious. I should drink some water. Oh, I remembered something that I forgot to bring up when I was talking about the lack of Japanese vampires. I'll have to go find it. I downloaded something. Where did I put it? Maybe I didn't download it. Oh, no, stop. Maybe I just saved it under research. Where did I put it? It was a cool idea, too. It was a manga about a type of vampire that is basically a plant that lives for a really, really, really long time. And when it gets ready to go to seed, it impregnates a woman. She volunteers, volunteer basis, So the species of vampire can live for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And what they do is when they're ready to, move on to the next phase of their existence, they will impregnate a woman with her consent. She usually agrees. She'll agree. They have to agree because if they don't, the seeds will not develop. The whole purpose is for the vampire to find somebody who can love them for who they are, and willing to do this thing where they'll nurture their young. But the part of nurturing the young is that the woman would pass away after their birth. She turns into a tree, and the vampire seeds turn into flowers, and then they turn into fruit, and have that natural plant progression. And once the tree does its blooming thing and the seeds develop and stuff like that, they basically turn into spores, and they fly off into the world, and they make clones of the original vampire. And kind of based on how much love the human had for the vampire would kind of dictate how many children and what quality they would be. I guess how intelligent and loving and caring and stuff they would be, or how many skills they would have. At least that's what I got from it. And I just thought that was different, because that is pretty different. And I just thought that was a really cool little variation on vampires. Just basically a vampiric plant that looks like a human being. And that was weird, but also cool. All right. Pardon me. We need a name plaque up here. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. We definitely need a texture. So let's go ahead and create a pixel layer. We'll go over to our raster side. Find a brush that's got some funness to it. I don't know if we want to do sprays and splatters. We should try the watercolor ones. I think this will be effective. We just need a larger brush. Let's try 500. Okay, and then, not effects. We go down, where is it? Here it is. Okay, we go to blending. Hard light might work. And then what we can do is we can copy this. That's the wrong layer. I don't want to copy that layer. Oh no, I cut it. Copy this, go up here. No, it's this one that's the darker one. Paste it in here. That's not in the right spot. That's why it's doing the weird thing. What is going on? So we're gonna close you. I don't really need you right now. I just need this to behave. Okay, vivid light might be the one for that. Multiply might work better. Okay. And then we're gonna do another one to put in here. And I think we're gonna move it. Make another one for here. And again, move it. Look at that, we got some texture. Not worried about that. But I think what I am going to do is I'm going to pick up all of these. Oh, I got to copy and reflect them on the other side. Maybe we'll not do that. I think we're just going to leave all these like in a little standalone kind of thing going on here. But I do need to put some down here. And I think down here it'd be a little darker. Maybe like right here. Oh yeah, I think this is a good texture for this. Save. Now I think we can turn this one on. We've got, okay, we've got this whole front plus the gate. It's not super complicated, but there's going to be like people standing in front of it, so I don't want to go like overboard. So I think this is good. We'll have to come up with some name to put up there, and then we'll have an emblem, which I think is just going to be a skull with little bat wings, because that sounds cute and happy to me. But let's, yeah. All right, we're going to turn this off, and we're going to reduce the opacity of this. And we're basically going to do what we did with this one, is just make a bunch of lines, a bunch of rectangles in the areas that it's needed. Only these ones will be black. So Black. Okay, now we've got this thing up here. Oh, and we've got a triangle thing happening here. So I think this is going to be like, ooh, is this protruding out? No. We'll have to do, all the thinking that goes on. I think if we just do a really thin one, kind of like that, that will work. And then another one for up here. And everything else on this one will be on a different layer. So let's go ahead, turn the opacity back up, just so we can make sure we've got everything right where we need it. And that needs to go up. That one's good. This needs to come down. That one should be fine, and you should be fine. Pardon me, good Lord. All right, and then just like in the previous layer, we're gonna do a raster for some texture. It's going to be exceptionally dark down on the bottom because that's where the plants are. Alrighty. And then we'd like vivid light. Oh, we might need to do a lighter color. It's kind of dark. Oh, average should be good. I think this color might be a bit dark. So maybe we can try that. Something like that, maybe. Oh, maybe even lighter. Okay, let's try that. And let's do this one. Let's make this one a wee bit darker. Yeah. And then we've got these two, which will also be that. Yes. And we have oh, not you, you. All right, so it looks like I need to cut out, like I need to stop the lines. That's not what I wanted to do. Thank you very much. Where are we? Thank you. I need to bring it underneath here. Like that. And the same for this one. do like how it's just like, it's a cool texture. I like it. Now I kind of want to play with it some more. Whoa. That's too dark. Ew. Okay, we're going to leave it there. Okay, so next we need the little step and then this platform here. And then we can move on to the actual vampire. Oh yeah, see, I've got my little outline here for the step, which I don't really think I need right now, to be honest. I do think we need a trapezoid though. So we're gonna do this. So we got that. Scoochums that over. It's gonna cut off here, so I'm not super worried about that. I think it needs to be the lighter one. So that color. Oh, we've already got that color. We do not need the stroke. No strokes for you. Color, this one's going to be the darker color. Goes underneath. It's so cool how you can like just build a shape with a bunch of like squares and rectangles and stuff. And it'll probably look pretty good. Nice. All right, mask, pixel layer, go back over to our brush. We're going to do the color burn, but I need to reduce the opacity. Something like that. Something like that, I think. And same here. Make a mask. I think we're actually just going to copy this one, though. So we're going to copy, paste, drag it down to here, and then pick it up and move it. I want to kind of rotate it a little bit. Something like that. Yeah. Save. We're going to add shading and stuff. We just need to get the shapes in place first. All right. So we have this platform. And then we have a step, which is rectangle. All right. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to copy this. That is not what I wanted to do. The wrong tool was selected. And then we're going to copy and paste it. Cool beans. And then we've got this. Copy and paste this and smoosh it down. This is the only one of this we need. And we can scoot it over. So it at least comes off of there. Happy day. you go under here, right? No, you go over this one. That's the last step. And we need to kind of adjust. Oh wow, this got pretty skewed. I'm trying to unskew it a bit. I guess it doesn't really matter, but that one's fine. Now you're that. So where is this one? Ah, you need to be here. Ah, see, we got this all skewed all kinds again. Alright, I'm gonna make these ones less. Maybe just that one and this one. Just a little less oomphy, a little less potent, so they're not so distracting. Save. Okay, and now we need like these little railings. Now, do I want to do... No, I think we want to do the concrete, and then maybe we can put like a post, like a little lantern post or something. I think that would be cool. Oh, and we need... I think we need another one of these here. Okay, so there and like super short. And maybe a little bit less of an angle. Yeah, okay, and then we can get, close that. We can get this one up here. Oh, almost. Almost. Nope, this way. Beautiful. Up one more. Yeah. Now I'm not worried about all this like loose flotsam floating around over here. We're not, it doesn't matter. But we do need, we're going to group all this together. Group stairs. I have half my pop, no, I have a quarter of a Pop-Tart left. I am already feeling a lot better. And I'm sure you guys can tell that I am like actually focusing on stuff. I think I want to make like a little cool little make a cool little thing here. Not what I meant to do. So I'm going to need a little bit of a side here. I don't want to. I don't want to. Man. We might decide that I don't like this. Nope. That's not what I wanted. I want that. At least now it's all one shape. That can make it thinner. Now, if we're going to do it, we're going to make it just smaller in general. And it's going to sit like right here. Okay, and then we can get a rectangle, a nice little thin one. Skew it. Oh my God, why did I do this to myself? Okay. It's okay. We can do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right. All right, we got that. And then we can copy and paste this because we don't want to change the angle. We just need to change the height. Apparently we do need to skew it a little bit more. Yeah? There we go. Okay, got that one. This one we will have to freehand. I'm just trying to change the color significantly for the ones that need to be lighter so I can see where they actually are. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to hit the up arrow. Okay. No, you're fine there. I don't need to move you. And like I need to bring this one down. Yeah. Okay, that's what we need. This is where we're going with this. Cool. All of the weird things are working out. So okay, so this one, come on. Oh, that's the gate. Whoops. So we can awesome. Okay. And I see that this point here needs to come in, and it looks like this needs to come down a bit and over a bit and maybe down a wee bit. And so many little fiddly things. Let's reduce the opacity. Maybe I'll be able to see it better. Yeah. All right, this side needs to come up just a smidge, like the smidgiest of smidges. It might have been 2 smidges. All right. So these 2 chunks are actually going to be this color, this color, and then this is going to be darker, with the exception of this little tiny chunk that we are going to hand do to be this color with our normal brush. We're not I think we were using oils. Maybe like 50. That's not what I want. I want the layers. And this mask, you go in there. Doo-doo-doo-doo. That is not what I wanted to do. It's coloring on the mask. I don't want to do that. And another layer, and we're going to do the lighter color. Do this like 20. Whoa, I don't know why that is so big. That was the blending layer. I needed to erase. I mean, we can do some blending now, but... It's not perfect, but I think I'm okay with it. So that's a whole thing. Oh, we need to put the texture in there, don't we? Let's go down to our this thing. Copy. Paste. Pick that up, drop that in there, get our pointy tool. Again, we will be getting more like highlights and stuff going on, but we need to get the block of the shapes in first. Don't need that. Okay. And that is not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do at all. Why do you keep picking that up? That's not what I'm trying to pick up. We might need more shrubbery. All right, I'm done with the photo. Man, I've got so much stuff. And it's like not even done. Like we have more stuff. Okay, group. All right, under this, we have this curvy thing. And the only reason you even know it's a curvy thing is because of how the light hits it. Well, that and it's at a little bit of an angle, but we're just gonna do a rectangle. We are going to go to layers and reduce the opacity of this because I know there's gonna be some finagling that we're gonna have to do. We really only need like this little tiny chunk. But where is convert to curves? Convert to curves, beautiful. Boop. Bring this over here. You can stay the way you were. This is going to come here, and we are going to go like so. I actually think we can delete that. Hang on. Just go like so. Yeah. And then what we do is do another rectangle. But this rectangle is going to be like behind everything, and it is going to be this color. So you're going to go back to 100. I'm going to mask you, right? Yes, masking it. Going in here, copying this, coming down to here, pasting it, dropping it in there, picking up that layer, Smooshing it over here. Oh, I like that better. And we'll do something like that. Again, it's only going to be like up there. Something like this. We need to bring that in. Do you need to go to there? Arch that a wee bit more. All right, then you are going to go way down here under all the steps. There they are, stairs. You're actually going to go in with the stairs. And then we're going to turn everything on and see what it looks like. See if we did things the mostly correctish way. You guys, oh, well, you don't really belong to stairs. Cool, okay, so we've got, he's standing in front of this, so we might need to adjust where he is a little bit. And again, we've only got like this little bit here, so I'm not super worried about that. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to gather up all of this stuff that's done. Oh, wait, we're not done with Cathedral yet. Dang it. Sorry, I forgot. I needed to do... Where's my sketch for the cathedral? That's the dude. It's like orange. Ha, here it is. I want the cathedral, the mausoleum. Wow, words, words, man. Okay, so we're gonna do a rectangle, and it looks like I have a circle on it, so we'll do a circle. Boop. Right, we will smash them together and realize that the circle is not straight. There we go, that's better. All right, copy it, move it over here. Oh, this needs to be like down here, I think. Like on this. Okay, copy, paste, shift, scoochins that over. All right, we need a little bar connecting these. That is fine. And this will be fun. I think we're just gonna freehand some of it. So we need the pen tool. So I think we will, ooh, you know what? No, we're not gonna do it that way. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do it this way. Make a nice do this. So we've got these two together. We're going to make them one shape. And then we are going to do circle. Right about there. Copy and paste the circle, make this one smaller. Maybe a little bit smaller. And then we're going to go this and cut that out. Beautiful. Now we do this and this, smash them together. Cool. And now we convert it to curves. Oh, it should already be curves because we've done a bunch of stuff. Look at that. And I think what we're going to do is add some points here. I'm going to kind of drag these. I take that back. I think it's going to be easier to get this into the proper position and pull these down here. And then give these a good bend. And maybe we put a little ding in this. Because, I mean, obviously some crazy supernatural shit has happened, so I feel like maybe there should be a bit of a ding going on here. So let's make this look like it's been a little banged up. Okay, that might be a bit big. Okay, now it's too small. I think we're just going to leave it that way. Okay, so these all can go together. We can put you back down here at the very bottom. We do not need you right now. Okay, so this is the heart. We are going to make the heart a mask. And we're going to pick up all this stuff that we've got done, specifically the mausoleum first, and put it in there so we can see where we are. Okay. Drop these in the heart. Go down, find our background. Drop that in the heart. And turn that off. All right, so what do we got? All right, so I can see that we definitely need some shrubbery here. There's not enough coverage. We can do that. Not a big deal. We will just go down to this shrubbery, I think. Copy and paste it. Pull it out. Bring it up here and put it like under the stairs. Well, that's not helpful because it needs to go under the stairs, but it needs to be in front of this one. Okay. And what we'll probably do is move the steps in front. So these go to there. And there. And then stairs. Bring them here. Yeah. Something like that. Beautimus. Save. So you know what? While we're making weird textures for things, let's go put some texture on those tombstones. If I can find the layer that they're on. There they are. Hi tombstones, how are you guys? We're gonna add some texture to you. Get a paintbrush, go to our brushes. We're gonna go to the watercolors. This one was really cool. I'm not doing effects, we're doing color. We're just gonna make it black. Okay, we're gonna do less. Oh, it's too small again, that's why. I think we did 500 on the rest. Alright, and reduce the opacity a wee bit. Save. Alright, now that I have made some progress, I'm quite happy with the progress. Let's learn about some African vampires, because I cannot multitask. I cannot read and draw at the same time. Very poorly. I can very poorly do. And we will start contemplating what to do with Mr. Man here. This also seems to be pixels with nothing in it. Alrighty, so we're gonna make him bigger. It's easier to draw bigger and shrink him down. So we're gonna draw him bigger. Africa has vampires also. So in West Africa, you have the Asanbosem, or the Adzi. And it's kind of your standard run-of-the-mill vampire kind of thing, but more evil spirit kind of vampire. And they can take the shape of fireflies and hunt children and like feed off their life force that way, which I think is hilarious. In South Africa, there is the Impedulu. I think it's Impendulu. It is a large taloned bird that can summon thunder and lightning, and again, also like drinks the blood of evildoers and idiot people who do stupid things. And then over in Madagascar, there's the, what was it? Ramanga. And it was a human being who was an outlaw, and they drink blood, and they eat the nail clippings of nobles. I don't necessarily know what determines nobility in Madagascar. I'm sure it's very similar to Eastern or Western cultures, where like if you just have a lot of money and you're, you know, hereditarily the lord of the land kind of thing, that you would be classified as a noble, but that is gross. I am so sorry. I don't know anybody's nail clippings that should be, you know, eaten by anything. Ew. If we can all just agree that that's ew. Oh, that's the clouds. Where are the stars? Clouds. So, yeah, you could be a Madagascar vampire and eat nail clippings. Oh no, I put the stars on with the tree. Why did I do that? Man, I gotta go fix that. That was like the stupidest thing to do. They're supposed to be on their own layer so I can do cool things. Because I can put like a halo around them and stuff. But I can't do it if they're with the tree. Okay. Oh, look, we got a little glowing star. Hi, Squire Miss. How are you? Oh, Squire Sir Miss. Many patterns going on here. Not about patterns, but information about vampires. We just covered some African vampires, and we're going to head over to the Americas soon. And actually, next up, we're going to draw a vampire, and we're going to do this one. I think we're going to do based off of the Nosferatu, which I'll probably need a reference image, so I should probably do that. Right? I should have done that first. Images. I think we're going to do this one. Save image. We are not saving that to there. We're saving you to here. Q. Oh, shoot. I have to try that again. Save image as. We're going to do this, but we're going to type in. Beautiful. And now we can go pick it up. We'll go grab our vampire reference image. That is way too many. We want this one. So this is who this one's going to be based off of. And then I think the other one will do like the Victorian romanticized Anne Rice. Or maybe we can do Dracula. Like, we could do like Lord Tepish kind of vampire. Or maybe we should do like Elizabeth Bathory, maybe? I don't know. There's so many options, and I don't know. But let's, since I've actually done something art related, I should maybe Save, because it's been a minute since I've saved. Save. And we have, so the Americas is Trinidad, Colombia, and Chile. And they're all kind of the same, but there's like different religions kind of had their own take on them. So, oh my goodness. Their vampire is basically a female blood-sucking snake. I'm not surprised. It seems like they're very inspired by the Asian vampire stuff. So there's an Aztec flavor that kind of changed. So the religions kind of changed the origin of how you get to be the female blood-sucking snake vampire thing. So the Aztecs. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. I'm sorry, guys. It's spelled Ciauteteo. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's, yeah. So in Aztec, you can turn into the female blood-sucking snake if you are the spirit of a woman who died in childbirth, and then you basically steal children and get jiggy with the living, and then you drive them mad. So you could steal a child, you could totally raise this kid, and if it was a boy child, you would get busy with it and then just drive them mad. Or you could just steal a child, suck its life essence, go on about your business, find some guy that you think is amazing, and then drive him mad. Right? And the other one that they lumped him in with the Americas, but it's like North America, not like South America. So the Hustrando from the Wyandots, which is a Native American or indigenous American northern tribe that inhabits the northeastern woodlands of North America around the Great Lakes, kind of Lake Ontario area. And theirs is basically a spirit inhabited a dead body and it eats the living. So a little bit more zombie-like than vampire-like, but I think there's some overlap, especially if you take into consideration revenants or ghouls, stuff like that. So we've got some stuff there. And then we go to India. And India has cool stuff. It's very short because depending on which god cursed you or that you worship could kind of indicate which kind of zombie you're gonna be. But the overall, they have, they call them the Vetala, and they're basically evil spirits that haunt cemeteries and possess the corpses. And they are hostile, so if they possess a corpse, they will just go and just wreak havoc on whatever village their cemetery is next to. And you have to send them away performing certain funeral rites, depending again on which deities are benevolent to your town. So there was so much in there, and I was just like, we just can't do it. There's just too much. Too much. All right, we're going to do a... Pardon me. Ugh. I like the idea of having him black and white. I think that would be good. So if we just do like a silhouette of him and then like fill him in, that could be cool. All right, so this guy, he's got... his head's kind of domed. We might need to reduce the opacity on this for a minute, just so I can make sure I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. In Albania is where we start seeing more of the European vampire, like the one that we're familiar with. So you've got the Striga, or Striga, probably SH because that's how it's spelled. So the Striga suck blood from infants while the infant sleeps. Definitely a very infant mortality based cause there. I'm gonna leave that the way it is. Right? Might have to zoom out a little bit. So we've got that. His head's a little flatter. And I totally see that with a lot of the other regions also, is very, you know, the kids will die. Okay, hang on. He's got his head back because they're doing the little thing. So I think we need to tilt his head back. Almost how far it is here. You know, maybe we'll just cheat a wee bit and just right in there, just like that. Is his head about the right size? I think his head's about the right size. Let's just erase this. We'll start over. But his mouth needs to be open. Beautiful. That's just what we need. Whee! All right, his jacket, because he's got this great jacket, which just like hides his neck and stuff, but that's okay. Okay, so what we can do now is remove his head down to where it should be. It's going to be a little bit more like that. And now we can continue on. Maybe this isn't where it should be. It's going to be a little bit more like that. Do, do, do. That is not what I wanted to do. He's kind of emaciated, so I kind of want to make him a little bit on the thin side. Might need to bring this in back here a bit. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Let's just silhouette this up. I'd like to do more research on like the Indian vampires, just because the culture that they've got is so varied, just because the country is so large. That and like various parts of the countries have been invaded by other cultures, so that leaves some openings for some really interesting, crazy things going on there. I was not expecting to get nearly this far in the vampires around the world, but that's okay. It is kind of cool. They're everywhere. Okay, so the Striga sucks blood from infants while they're asleep. They can turn into a flying insect, so like a moth, fly, or a bee, or something similar, like dragonflies too. Just an insect. There's a lot of variety, which means they're very hard to catch. And I think it's probably one of the reasons why, you know, when you're out in the wilderness for whatever reason and you have a baby, you try to keep bugs off of them because they might be a striga. And that would be bad. Back to women being the cause. Women are striga. They're usually pictured as women with a hateful stare, and the cape is optional. So if you've ever met a woman who just looks pissed off all the time and is not enjoying life, she may be a striga. She could be a type of vampire. Woo! I think we all know a type of person that kind of has that. I don't really want to say the word, but I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh no, that looks terrifying. Jerry, are you talking about people who don't flush after using the restroom? I am not talking about people who don't flush after using the restroom, but I suspect, especially if you're in an era where there's not really flushing toilets, that they could be a vampire because that's how you could get more flies. And then it would be easier for them to hide when they had transformed into said fly. You can protect yourself, sort of, a little bit, from a striga. You can place a cross made of pig bone over the entrance of a church on Easter Sunday, and it will trap the striga inside. And then it's very easy to, you know, do what you have to do. Stake to the heart, decapitation, dismemberment. Give me +5 against vampires. Anybody who participates in my streams will be +5 against vampires after this month. You can also make a protection charm to protect you from all striga, apparently, supposedly. So, according to my resource, specifically just one resource for this, the striga will often eat too much, like consume too much baby blood, and it will go off into a forest, throw up the extra blood, and if you take a coin, it just says coin, I would be guessing it was supposed to be like a silver coin. I guess it depends on how rich you are, but so take a coin, soak it in that pile of vampire vomit, and then wrap that in a cloth and then wear it as like a necklace or a pendant, and you will be safe against striga. There are male variants, but they're significantly less common than the female variants, and their terms are strigu or strigan. Just, if you guys want to know, there you go. You have some words. And we get to talk about the damn peers. Why do vampires hate garlic? If this is a joke, I don't know. Does it burn them? It gives you bad breath, that's for sure. Yeah. We'll probably talk about that at the end of the month, like on genetic and like causes, things, scientific reasons that vampires would be hypersensitive to certain things, such as garlic, sunlight. Could vampirism be a virus or something else? So we're gonna talk about that at the end of the month. And I'm excited for that because that's something I think is going to be super cool. Because it's not just, you know, dead bodies rolling around the world. There are reasons for vampires, which is a really weird thing to say. You think vampire is caused by not having enough friends in middle school? Pfft. Then I am definitely a vampire, and y'all should watch out. So the Dhampir is a Serbian word used to refer to the child of a vampire or a vampire's descendants. None of the other ones that we've encountered had a word for child of a vampire. They're just more vampires, basically. Or, you know, they didn't have a specific word. It was just more of whatever. But in Albania and obviously Serbia, they have a word for it. And it's really, right now, how we use it is it's the child of a vampire and a human. Whether it be a male impregnating a female human giving birth, or a human impregnating a female vampire, which apparently is super duper rare. And then we kind of covered Dhampirs in last week's stream, that they have, you know, many of the benefits of being a vampire and few of the curses of being a vampire, a la Blade or Vampire Hunter D or anything like that, really. I think those are the two most popular ones. Although I have read some other. I don't have them down here. I've read some other stuff. You think you've got that fan fiction covered? And then, yeah, that's basically it. So in Albania, you, if you are a vampire, you basically drink blood from babies while they're sleeping. A pig bone cross placed over the church on Easter Sunday will trap you inside, and then your townsfolk will kill you. And, you know, try not to eat too much, because if you have to vomit up some blood, somebody will use it to make a charm against you. And then we go to Iceland. Iceland's got some weirdness. They really do. I'm not kidding. So in Iceland, we're going to give this guy a little bit of a cuff. I know he doesn't have one in the reference photo, but I want to give him one. So in Iceland, they're called the Dragur. Dragur? I'm not sure. I don't speak Icelandic. But it's a hard word. Like, sounding, it sounds hard. Very much like a German or something like that, where, you know, there's that joke where tell somebody that you love them and that they mean everything to you, but shout it to them at German so it sounds terrifying, right? Yeah, that's kind of what this is. And I know a lot of fantasy takes inspiration from the Scandinavian lore, like Celtic lore with Thor and Loki and Ragnarok and all that stuff. This is like one of those instances where this kind of plays into that whole folklore mythos. So the Dragar literally means ghost. What do you call a vampire who went to the beach? Dust. or sand. Dirt. Unless he went at night. Ash. Yeah, unless he went at night, like Sir Lemon did. So, anyways, Draugr translates to ghost, and Icelandic ghosts are basically corporeal undead. So, it's a poltergeist. Like, it's a spirit that you can see and touch and interact with, like on the physical plane. But they're dead. So, they don't like inhabit bodies or anything like that. Really, they just dead. Corporeal ghosts. And they have two varieties. And I am totally going to F this up, but I'm going to try. Veromenen, I think. What's a vampire's favorite beer? That's a good question. Something with blood in it? Bloodweiser. You're funny, and I had not heard that one before. So, the Veromen are guardians that stay in a specific place. So it'll be like at their ancestral home or their burial mound, or where they passed away, wherever is home to them, basically, and they will guard stuff. So if you want to protect your family's wealth, bury it in your family crypt or keep it near your family home, because all these spirits, vampire ghosty things, the Draugr will basically guard them. Super cool. That's probably why, when you have burial mounds and stuff like that, there's all kinds of treasure in there. So the second type is the Tilberu Dragu. And it's one of those compound words, and it's so you got Tilbury, which is a type of undead. So the Tilbury is a human rib given life by drinking the blood of a witch, and then it's sent out to steal milk and honey. And I think it's supposed to be like a familiar to a witch. Like the witch killed somebody, pulled out their bone, gave the bone some of the witch's blood, some of its own blood, and then sent it out to steal milk and honey. Which is very valuable if you know your Celtic mythology and stuff like that. It is parasitic, which means it has to drink the blood of the witch and stuff like that. And once it's turned into, it's not like a rib anymore, it gains like a human shell shape kind of thing. Like one of the last ones that I've got on here. It turns into a human, basically. Eve was made out of the rib of Adam kind of thing. Only you get this undead that turns into a human being after drinking the blood of a witch. And then it's sent out to do errands. Yeah. Very, very familiar-esque and stuff. Your friend asked me, are vampires real? I said no, unless you count Dracula. Oh my god. Cherry, that one was terrible. You should be ashamed of yourself. It was so funny. So the Tilbury Dragu. God, I'm getting worse. They're parasitic. If they're left to their own devices, they will harass the living, driving them mad or killing them. It will kill them or harass them by dragging them to their grave. And then if they manage to kill the human that they've dragged to the grave, that human will turn into a Draugr. So it's like a self-propagating thing. Weird vampire thing kills you. Joke's on them, I don't own a grave. Yeah, so it's hilarious. Like, it's so crazy that these ones like self-propagate. Some witch created a thing, right? And I don't know what happens to the witch. She goes off and dies or something like that. Who knows? And this little minion that she created is just out there living its life, harassing people, driving them mad, dragging them to their grave, and making some friends. Right? You bury a human, you make yourself a friend. Like that. There are harder ways to make a friend. There definitely are. And probably less reliable, too. And just like every other vampire, it can be killed by decapitation. You can also trap them in its grave by pinning it down with nails or sharp stakes. And that's kind of fairly normal-ish. Right? It's a normal-ish way to get rid of a vampire. Ugh. Okay, so we've got... They're mostly, like, silhouetted. Maybe if we kind of get this... That's not right. What's the vampire's favorite holiday? I don't know. Halloween? Winter solstice? Fangsgiving. Oh, God. Terrible. Horrible, Terry. Horrible. In a wonderful way. Right, one hand's up, one hand's down. If you're looking at him from the side, you see this thumb. So this one's the one that'll have the thumb. This one just has the pinky. So I think it'll be something like this. That was not the eraser. We gave him an extra finger. Fangsgiving. I should fire you. It was terrible. All right, let's pick this up. Bring this over here. I'll rotate it. Make it a wee bit bigger. Get out of the way. Shoot. Okay, let's try this again. I got this. Comes down here. Can we get on the correct layer, please? Thank you. Let's make it bigger. Cool. Deselect. What do you call a duck with fangs? Count Duckula? Oh, didn't they used to have a book series that was like Bunnycula? Wasn't that like a little, like a young adult kids thing? Quackula. Let's go down to 5 for the fangs. Or the claws. Yeah. Bunnycula is a children's novel series. The first installment was written by James and Deborah Howe and introduced a vampire bunny named Bunnycula who likes to suck the juice out of vegetables. Yes, that's what I thought I remembered. Thought I remembered something like that. I don't know if I read it. Am I missing out on something? I might be. Did you guys read Bunnycula? Maybe you'll have more jokes to sink your teeth into. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I like his hand, man. I did good there. Alright, do you want to go over to Romania? We can learn about Romanian vampires, which is basically where we get most of our vampire lore from. That and the Slavic area. Spain's got a funny one. I have Spain last. Maybe we should do Spain first and then go to Romania and the Slavic countries. Oh, we should do Iceland too. Always look on the bite side of life. Okay, so we're going to do Spain first before we get to the ones that we are most familiar with. So, in Spain, they're very, very regional. So, like, each province or state or whatever they have in Spain will have, like, its own flavor of vampire. And they vary quite a bit. Two notable ones that I found were the Asturias. Oh, okay, the Asturias. Oh, that's the region. And they called it the Gauza. And it only has one tooth. Like, it's got, like, one giant tooth coming out of the middle of its mouth. And it just, you know, opens people like a soda can. Where do you call a vampire who works the night shift at a fast food restaurant? Miserable. Desperate for money. Count Spatula. That's hilarious. And then in Catalonia, they have something called the dip. D-I-P. I don't know if it's pronounced different, but so basically the Spanish, specifically in the Catalonia area, have an evil vampire dog who is the emissary of the devil. And he can see shadows in the night. And the person who wrote this little blurb about the dip is like, it was probably used to deter people from staying up stupid late, drinking and getting drunk and then trying to go home. And that person is probably right, because that is the strangest thing. And it doesn't say, it all it says is it's a large dog. So that just cracked me up when I was looking that up. I don't even remember if this was this morning or last night. So yeah, if you're in Spain and you're gonna go on a night of binge drinking, you might not. People still think there are vampires in Romania, but I haven't seen one since 1645. Yeah. I think you said that one on the previous stream. Alright, I gotta highlight this one because I've already done it, and I don't want to accidentally redo it. Boom. Alright. Do you want to learn about the Irish and Scottish vampires? Because they're who's next. I'm going to do a little bit of a cheaty thing here. I'm going to copy this. Copy, paste. Trash that one. And then we can deselect. Woo, I know, right? So, you're going to take a doggy on a walk before it gets dark. You should do that. You should do that. I'm going to tell everybody else about Scottish vampires. So, Scottish vampires are fairies, which of course they are, because that's that area of the land, Irish and Scottish. They've got They got the whole fairy, they got the monopoly on the fairies. I kind of feel like they do. And so they have two primary ones. The first one is mostly Scottish, and it's the Bobahansi. Sorry, the Bobansi, or the Baobansi. Depends on how you, which software you use for the pronunciation guide. It's a fairy spirit. It is very similar to a succubus. It has deer feet, or deer hooves instead of human feet. And basically what they do is a bunch of people are out hunting in the woods, and you set up camp and stuff like that, and you find a group of ladies, or a group of ladies find your camp. And they basically are super hot and charming. Maybe not super hot, but they're at least very charming. And they convince you to let them in to your camp, and then they basically eat you. Yeah, they eat you. And if for some reason you decide not to completely participate in whatever hijinks they are bringing to the table, they won't kill you. They'll just run away, and you'll be, the crazy bystander that watched all your friends get killed while out hunting. So, it's not good for you either. Like, you can witness this stuff, and you will still be listed as the crazy person. Okay, we can do this. Kind of feel like this one might need to be a wee bit shorter. Something like that. I think that's right. Okay. All right. Deselect. Save. They can transform into blackbirds, so basically crows or ravens or something of that ilk. They can be repelled by iron. There was a story of basically a guy and his friends were hunting, and they were set up camp for the night, and his friends were drinking, and the dude was playing a musical instrument of some sort, and some ladies just walked into their camp because the music was so awesome and started dancing and stuff with the guys. And he kind of entered a trance, and when he started coming to, he realized that his friends were screaming and these ladies were basically eating them, and he flipped out and ran out and went and hid by his horses, and the ladies started chasing him, but as soon as he was in the middle of the horses, they just took off. And it was surmised for some reason that the iron in the horses' shoes kept them away. And that is actually a common belief when you're dealing with fairies. If you have some iron, they will not be able to interact with you, or they won't be able to hurt you. I don't know if interact's the right word, but they won't be able to hurt you because they can't get to you. And I know a lot of fairy tales and stuff like that have definitely played that up. Okay, his chin is jacked. What the heck is going on here? Okay, we need a lip and then a chin. Can we get a chin? And then we need to add fangs. Oh, this is making me so happy. I can't even describe it, guys. Yes! Save. I think it's about time I take another break. And when I get back, we will talk about the Lianchi, the Irish version of the Baoban. Oh my god. Baobanshi. God. Basically almost like Banshee, but Baobanshi. There's an extra B in there. But we'll talk about Lianchi fairy after I get some more water because I am totally out. So I'll be back in just a minute. And if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to run an ad because I didn't run one earlier. And if you're on YouTube, just watch the slideshow and enjoy the music. I'll be right back. I am back. I've got water. I opened up my junior mints. Let's see what we can do. I think it's about time we get the shading and stuff going underway. So, hopefully maybe we can get most of this done in the next hour and a half. Alright, so we got the Lianchi from the Irish folktales. It's usually a female, but males have been referenced in folklore. These ones, they've got the whole like muse thing going, like you know how like you have the muses from Roman mythology, the music and the artist and the painter and all that stuff. And if you find the muse, you basically are completely inspired. You're wonderfully inspired, and everything you create is amazing until your muse goes away. This is kind of like that, but basically instead of the muse like leaving and then the person being like completely bereft, they take human lovers. They'll live with them, cook and clean, and basically be like the best house friend or lover that you could ever have. And every moment you're with them inspires you to create more and more stuff of whatever your medium is. But you're so driven and so creative that your lifespan is cut very short. We have that saying, you know, the good die young kind of thing. Like if you're really, really, really good at something, you'll die significantly younger than most people think you should. And maybe it's because you have Lianchi muse, and they're kind of sucking your life force to help give you inspiration and creativity. Any humans that don't pass away are driven mad. So they can still leave. Like if they feel like you're not worth their time anymore, they can just up and leave and you'll go mad. I remember seeing some little horror stories about a Lianchi that fell in love with the human and basically died, like voluntarily died instead of killing him. Like she refused to live off his life forces once she realized that she loved him. And so this guy was like in his 60s and she's like taking little tiny sips and trying to lure travelers into their house so she could feed off of the travelers. I was like, that was crazy. No, I don't remember which like where I saw this. I just thought it was cool. I'm pretty sure it was anime though. All right. So that's what we got for the Scottish and Irish. So they're not really vampires. They're just like vampire-like creatures, like many of the Asian ones. They're something else that happens to eat people or live off of humans. I'm going to blend this out so it's gray. Because that's where the blend is. I mean, I guess I could put them together. Ugh. Apparently the battery's low. Well, no wonder why it felt weird. I had it in the wrong ear. Oh, this feels weird now because it's comfortable. That's crazy. Blending tool. Blending, blending, blending. Okay, and then do this one. Sorry, I've got the focus going on. I'm adding details. And it's important to focus when you're doing your details. Oh God, pardon me. Whoa. All right, so what we got next? Wow, we've covered a lot of ground. So we started off with the Asian vampires, which are more like demons inhabiting bodies kind of things. A lot of them were women. And then we did the Jiangxi from China, which are basically magically reanimated bodies. We talked about a couple interesting things from Africa. Like the vampire that eats the clippings, the toenail clippings, or the nail clippings. It just said nail clippings of nobles. Some interesting things from Trinidad, Colombia, and Chile. And then India, the Striga and Dampier in Albania, the Dragur, I apologize because I know I'm not saying that properly, in Iceland, Ireland with their vampire fairy things, and Spain with their one-toothed vampire and their evil vampire dog. So the last two I have are Romania and the Slavic Europe is basically what they say. And we're pretty familiar with like Romania and the Slavic Europe one because that's where Western vampires come from. This was the ones that we're most popular with. Oh God. The ones that we understand the best. Bram Stoker used some of their language in his book. So we're pretty familiar with these vampires. Sorry, I'm getting back into the details here. I still feel like there's too much. Okay, I think we're going to do that. We'll just keep building it up. So in Romania, and I believe Dracula actually says this word, but you have the Strigoi. There are kind of two types. There's the living Strigoi and it's kind of like the catch-all term. The Strigoi is like the catch-all term. It could be living vampire, it could be dead vampire. Or you have the Moroi, which is like the dead ones. So, a Strigoi is a witch that has two hearts or two souls. And they can astral project, basically, to meet the other Strigoi in the area. And then, whatever living thing happens to be in the area, they'll go and feast on their blood. Very weird. Yes, but that was what was written. After they die, the human bit, the living human bit, is what dies, and it leaves the other soul, the vampire soul, to inhabit the body. But that vampire soul doesn't like have a whole lot of intelligence or anything like that, so they basically become revenants and just like meander around, causing havoc, because that's what revenants do. you could, there's a lot of things that could make you a living, a strigoi. There's a lot. There's a lot. So you could be born with a caul, which is kind of like a membrane on your body when you're born. So it's not part of the placenta, from what I understand. It's like a little bit of extra skin that is there when it encases the baby, but sometimes it doesn't come off when the baby is born. It just like hangs out and you have to like manually take it off. In some religions, babies born with a caul are supposed to be like gifted and magical and special. But if you're born in Romania, it could mean that you're a strigoi. Also, if you have a birth defect, so club leg, funky hand, extra fingers, extra nipples, a tail, or, you know, I don't know, excessive hair. I know, like, when I was born, I had full head of hair. It was insane. I believe all my sisters also had full heads of hair. We could be strigoi. I mean, I've already got some of the other things on the list. Not this list, but other lists. So, I mean, I could totally be... I could be a vampire. I don't know. This one's cool. So, if you guys have heard the seventh son of the seventh son kind of thing, like if you have seven children that live, they all have to live, and the seventh of those also has 7 kids that live. The last one, that seventh son, that 7th child, it has to be the 7th. The 7th would have to be a son. Will do amazing things. Like there's a whole book series. I think it's 3 books. I think it's a trilogy of the 7th son, and they made it into a terrible, horrible, really bad movie, which you should watch if you want to be disappointed and let down. And I can't remember who wrote it, and I know it's a popular author. And I can't believe I don't remember who wrote that. Wow. I don't remember a lot of things, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But this one is a little deviation from that. If you were the 7th child of a family that only had that one gender, so if you were the 7th girl in a family that only had girls, you could be a strigoi. Or the son, doesn't matter. The gender doesn't matter. If that family had all 9 non-binary kids, and you were the 7th, you could be a strigoi. Some of these things are so funny. It just like, some of these remind me of like the Men Writing Women subreddit that we did some art for, like this time last year. God, it's been like a year. You know, you can hypnotize a woman with a piece of cheese kind of stuff. You could be a strigoi if you were born of a mother who did not eat salt while pregnant. I don't think it's possible in this day and age because there's so much preservatives in like all of our food. So you will, in this day and age, have salt in your food whether you know it or not. But back in the day when everyone, like you were cooking all your own meals, yeah, I could totally see you not having salt while pregnant. If you know you ran out of salt. It was a long time before the next trade person came in. Yeah. You could also be a strigoi if you were born out of wedlock. It doesn't say conceived. It just says born. So, yeah, there's that. And the last one, I think any Irish or Scottish or anyone really of like a northern Nordic Celtic-ish Ancestry will love this one. If you have red hair and blue eyes. So yeah, apparently if you have red hair and blue eyes, you are a Strigoi. Or you could be. I shouldn't say you are. You could be a Strigoi. And those, they're just hilarious. There's another one in there's a list in the Slavic one. There's a list. It covers a lot of things, and some of them are silly, but yeah. Should we go over to the Moroi? They're not Strigoi. Again, the Strigoi are basically witches who have two hearts or souls, and they like ask to protect and go drink blood with other Strigoi at night. And they, when their body dies, their human bit goes off and goes to the afterlife, and the vampire bit hangs out in the body, and it basically becomes a revenant, sort of more like a ghoul type thing, and it just causes problems. And so the Moroi are dead corpses. I mean, corpses are dead, but it's a reanimated corpse that drinks blood to survive. Usually the person died of an unnatural death. Usually that means, you know, somebody offed them. Or they offed themselves. That happens. Or they died before baptism. So it could be a baby or young adult running around wreaking havoc. Oh God. So, all right, I have 3 random notes here for the Romanian vampires. Romanian vampires bite their victims over the heart or between the eyes. I don't know why, this is I guess it's just stab into your vein or something, like your skull, your brain. Vein, brain. At least it rhymes, right? At least it rhymes. So yeah, you could the heart I kind of get, but like right here, it's pretty solid. Like if you're a baby or something and your skull is still soft, maybe, but that'd be a weird place to bite an adult. It just seems very counterproductive. Like I totally think of better places to go. If you're living in a village or town and just like lots of people die, you might have a vampire. And it could be a Moroi or it could be a Strigoi. We don't know, but you could have one. And then I thought this was cool because a lot of other cultures do similar things, but not for the same reasons. Back in ye old day, when vampire fever was around, you have a dark goth bar, you might have vampires. Yeah, kind of. So graves were commonly opened every 5 to 7 years to check the corpses for signs of vampirism. So the longer nails, long teeth, the skin that isn't decomposing the way people think that it should. And if there's no vampirism, they wash and rebury the bodies. And, 5 to 7 years, they'll check again, which I think is quite respectful. And then, of course, if somebody believes that they are vampires, they will chop off their heads, sometimes stuff their mouths with garlic, pin them to their graves. You can bury them standing up or upside down, like facing the wrong way. Apparently that confuses them, or even burying them with their faces down, because the natural instinct is to dig wherever your face is facing, and that would make them just dig deeper into the ground, and then they just die. Which, wow. Just wow. So much. And that's kind of the bit, that's all I have for the Romanian vampires. And again, like, a lot of the Romanian vampire stuff and the next one we have, the Slavic European vampire stuff, we're pretty familiar with, because that's like Dracula. God. Okay, it comes. Yeah, so wow. Whoops. Sorry, I'm trying to remember how ears work. Why do they call it Romanian lettuce? Was it grown in Romanian? That sounded very dumb and weird. I apologize for that statement. That sounded like a horrible statement. I don't know what's going on with this ear. It's like I forgot how ears work. Here we go. Ha! Got it. It's gonna keep you up all night. That was terrible. That was terrible. I'm going to bump this blendy down to 10. And I'm actually going to erase this. And we can blend this back out. I hope you had a nice walk, Cherry. Yay! You wish someone would throw garlic at you, though? You know, in not any of the vampires around the world kind of stuff, nobody really specifically said garlic. A lot of them said, you know, iron, the pig bone cross, that kind of stuff could keep them at bay, but nobody listed garlic, which I find kind of interesting. No, it's just more like this. So that can go away. We'll do the Slavic Europe in just a minute. I just want to get, at least this guy done. It'd be really nice if we could get this half done. Oh yeah, he's looking pretty good. All right, we do one more layer, and we just pick up like the highest highlights. We'll go down to 50 on this. Yeah, I want to keep this one kind of sharp. Alright, so if we do that, then we need to kind of erase the wrinkles in there. Trying to soften these edges here because it's kind of like coming out of the darkness. I'm not trying to go super duper detailed on this guy because again, he's gonna be like 2 inches tall. He's not gonna be 3. He's gonna be like 2.5 inches tall max. So he's gonna be like yay tall max. Which means that any details I do put are going to really stand out. So we should be good there. And I want some more junior mints. They help me focus sometimes. Pardon me. Wow. Right. I still need to do this arm. I didn't do anything for that arm. Okay, I'm going to do the shiny on the shoes. I don't know, the shoes are kind of pointier. Look at that, we have most of a vampire. Okay, let's go back to this level. Whoops. I have to be a little bit more careful right there. Oh, so we're seeing this part of his hand. So it's kind of like this. So actually, that's the wrong one. That is wrong. It needs to be like a knuckle there, knuckle there, knuckle there, knuckle there. Just straight down here like that. Something like this. I think I use my body for reference lighting more than I do anything else. Adding stuff and taking it away. Let's do this one also. All right, so let's go to this one, and we've got like the hem here. That was the wrong tool. That's okay. That is the wrong tool still, which is also still okay. Right, and then we gather, highlight. Really don't have much else to do with this one. Maybe this, like a directional. Just occurred to me, I might need to lighten his whole head. Which means we need to lighten his whole hand too. I think we're just going to need to leave it like that. I mean, he's supposed to be pasty. Okay, I do think we are going to keep that dark. Like up this way. This actually might work better. So now I can erase some really dark areas. Try this down on 20 just to blend out some of this. I think we're going to be able to figure out what this is supposed to be. Yeah, okay. I think that was a good call. At the same time, I am going to go in here and I'm going to make some stuff like ridiculously darker. And then soften it a bit. So we need some darkness. It's just what happens. It's what we need. We need darkness. Cool. I'm okay with this. Yeah. Woo. All right. We almost have our guy. We just need to do his other arm. Going to finish his arm, and then we will talk about these Slavic vampires. I kind of almost just want to, like, copy. All right, this is the white for the hand. And I have to remember to put his thumb in here, so I do need to be a wee bit careful. Okay, this is the layer 1. So we've got this, a little bit here, lots here. Pardon me, good Lord. Okay, and then this one is start getting some directional stuff. We might need to do a little bit of work there. In fact, let's go and do that right now. It's this layer, right? Yeah. So this layer is going to come from like here, right? Oh, maybe not. We might just continue that around. Kind of like that. Okay, and then this is the layer that we just leave as the detail. Okay, so this I need to put the 50 highlight. And this one is the skin. This is why you label things. So this one should be basically where it is. It should be fine. Whoa. Let's undo. We need to do some more blending. And then this one should not have that, but it should accentuate stuff. I might have overdone it right there. Okay, now we've got like the accentuating highlight thing. And then soften that one and that. It's not that one, it's this one. Okay, now we just need his hand. And I need this one. So his thumb should be here. So like, kind of like that. This one should be straight, and then that should be kind of like that. I mean, it's not the greatest. Definitely not terrible, but it's definitely not the greatest. So we need to give his hand, his thumb some space there, and fingernail. Yeah, cool. And now we just go through and start doing the highlighty bits with like white, not. And actually what we do is we can erase under here and down here. Because these ones are going to be under shadow. Do. Okay, and now we can blend out some highlights, which there's not going to be many on this hand. It would help if I had the right tool. And go like there, a little bit there, a little there. The thumbnail, maybe just there. Little bottom lighting there. It's not supposed to look natural because it's a vampire posing. They're kind of all sorts of unnatural. Right, and then we're going to soften this highlight into the hand. I have the thumb kind of angled wrong, don't I? Dang it. All right, let's go back up here. So if you're looking at your thumb and you're doing that, it comes kind of down. It like makes a C. So his nail is going to be like there. Which still looks unnatural, but maybe a little bit more like that. Yeah. So, but it's more like here. It's almost straight. Oh my goodness, look at all these lines. So a little bit more like that. And that means that this needs to come down here. All right, let's smush things around. We can We're going to have to redo this nail. In fact, let's do that now before I forget. We can also smooth that back out. Wrong layer. Wrong layer, wrong layer. There we go. Okay. We've got that okay. Okay, we're going to erase that. And smoosh things out a bit. And draw with the right color, not the wrong color. Something like that. And maybe something like this. Yeah, there we go. Yes, okay. We are totally getting this. Okay, and then bring this stuff in, smush that a bit, and we actually, I think we need to erase. Okay, now we go back up to here, and we've got fingernail kind of going up like that. Maybe not sticking out that far. Okay, so here we are going to draw in the fingernail. And then I kind of feel like we need to erase to show it properly. Some way, shape, or form. And then we see how we did. Okay, he looks terrifying. I love him. And we can now group him together. Group. And pick him up and put him in the heart. And put everything here at 100%. Hide our reference photo and hide our sketch. In fact, our sketch is going to go all the way to the bottom with the rest of the sketches. There we go. And we will go back up, pick up our dude, because he is too big to fit properly right now. Okay, this needs to go like in front. Like, see how big he is? He's just too big. He's just too big to fit in our scene. Okay, I want him to be, well, he needs to be like right at the halfway mark, so he might actually have to be a little smaller. I mean, he can go over a wee bit. You know what? Let's do that. Let's make him go over a wee bit so there'd be two little bumps. And then you can touch the bumps together and they will make a heart. Like so. Awesome. We got half of this guy mostly done. So the next phase is to go through and start giving it more depth and shade and stuff. Like honestly, what I might do is do a layer. Hold on, let's copy this. We're gonna bring this all the way up to the top, to here, and we're gonna delete everything inside of it because we don't need it. Delete. Beautiful. So now we're left with this. And what we can do is we can create some kind of, ooh, look at that. And we can reduce the opacity if we like. It helps like make things darker. Like that's kind of cool. Hard light, vivid light. And we can always mask out where we want like the light to be. Kind of like pin light. Oh, look at that color. That looks cool. Exclusion. Wow, the coloring on that is awesome. We might keep this as subtract. I think those colors just, and it reads nighttime. I don't know what these two dots are. They're not on this layer, so let's go find them. Are they part of the tree? And I forgot to erase that they are part of the tree that I forgot to erase. And what we will do is we will just add some more stars. That was a little too big. All right. So he is like a little brown. What we might do is... So I don't necessarily like how brown he is, but if I bring him forward, I'll have to mask that. I mean, let's see what it looks like when he's not under this layer. I kind of like that a lot. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to make a mask for him. Get our black, which is the blackout layer. We're going to use the basic brush because we want a nice clean line. And we're just going to do. And what I could do also, color, swap out the color. Just want to get this as close as I can. What I think I'll do is I will also copy and paste and put this down under here, back here. We'll delete this layer. That way I don't have to worry so much. I can go a little bit ham on cleaning up these lines, making sure they're all nice and sharp. So, yes, I am digging this. This is what I'm digging. 100%. And now we just need some shading. And we can do some shading. Let's start here. We're just going to use black. I'm going to use this fun oily one. I think this one. We're definitely not doing it that big. Maybe 30. Not 320. How about just 30? And then we just kind of need to pick where our shadow is going. And reduce the opacity a lot. And get our blendy brush and make it kind of big, like 60, I think. One more. I think probably not this bit right here. We'll do that one on a different layer. Let's keep away from the plant for right now. There's a hole there. Gasp. Pick up this color here, put on the paintbrush, fill it in, yay! Call this shadow 1, because there's going to be a bunch of different shadows, and we need to so let's do some shading in the shrubbery. Shading. That is not the color that I wanted. Color swatches black. Okay, do this. Oh. Oh no, that's right. Never mind. Don't know what I'm worried about. Oh, it's the eraser. Jeez. I keep grabbing the wrong thing. I think that's a sign that my brain's just about given up. And I can't even select the right stuff. Rawr. All right. Oh, my light has gone out. Shading. Oh, it's a good thing I have another light. Boom. Oof. have no clue what I just knocked down. Plug this back in, so if I have to stream tomorrow, I'll have a light. I'm trying to do photo shoots tomorrow, so photo shoots for products, which is like one of the most boring things to do ever. Doo-doo. Ugh. Oh, hey. This one's very dim. Okay. Hey, look, I can see. Alrighty, so while I'm doing this, I think I can read and talk at the same time a little bit. We've got Slavic vampires. There didn't really seem to be a lot of names in this section. Like, you know, the other ones like the Strigoi and stuff like that. They didn't have like names for them listed. So I don't have any cool names for me to try to say, which I know you guys are absolutely disappointed, right? You'll never recover from your disappointment. Of not witnessing me butcher somebody's native language, right? But what we have instead is a ridiculously long list of things that could make you into a vampire. And it's pretty long. It takes up like 5 lines of text. It's pretty crazy. And the first one is a magician. A magician can turn you into a vampire of sorts, whether it be to recover your corpse for your family or just because they're a bad evil magician and they want to F with you. There's tons of reasons, right? Oh, you know what I needed to do? I need to make the mask. Doot. No, that's not gonna work. You know, I think what we're gonna have to do is do this in sections like that. Figure out which bits need more shading. So, yeah, so magician, you could be an immoral person. So if you're a dick, you might be a vampire. And an unnatural death, which again could be, you know, you got murdered. Or, you know, you did the self-ending thing. You could be a vampire. If you got excommunicated from whatever religion you were formerly a member of, you could be a vampire. Sorry, I see a bit of shadow that doesn't need to be where it is. Oh, I think David's home. What else? There's so many things. So many things. Okay, what else we got? Improper burial rituals. You could have had family that just didn't care, or maybe you were like the last year family and there was nobody around and you kicked the bucket and boom. Ah! Kitten! On my shoulder!
Listen to the purrs.
I did. I did. Lots. I do all the time. Yes, Minerva has definitely been living up to the patron of war part. I can't wait until she does the whole patron of art thing where she's like, ow! That was like in my ear. It pushed my earbud in my ear. I did not appreciate that. I'm trying to get this done today.
She's purring though.
I know, because you're touching her. And she's on me.
Okay, I'll take you. One last. Here, let everyone hear.
Oh, we did last week. We did get to hear. Everybody did get to hear her. A little purr motor. She purrs really loud. It like shakes her whole being. I appreciate it. Just not right this second while I am trying to do my streamy thing. Okay, so we need a shadow here. Some shading here. We might bump this up to like 50. Living on the edge, 50 pixels. All right, now I feel like I need to go all the way back up to this dude here and erase this. Oh. How is it 4:30 already? Oh my god. I am running behind now. Shoot. I totally did not realize it was 4:30, guys. Like, it's 4:25. Holy poop. How? Wow. That's right, because the first bit of stream went all psycho. And I really want to get this done, though. Okay, we're going to erase all this stuff back here. We don't need that on this layer. Okay, that'll work. That will be fine. Okay, this is the one we're working on. You need a smush. I totally did not realize what time it was. I might need to do a secondary. I literally did not realize that it was 4:30. Like, I think my brain was like, oh, it's only 3:30. You're fine. Yeah, no. 4 freaking 30. No wonder why David's home. Okay, we're doing that. Okay, now we're into the plants and stuff. So we got, I gotta figure out where the depth is. Whoops. How did I like just lose track of time like that? All right, so here, oh, I think we'll put it behind the grave markers. Just kind of randomly like that. All right, now the tree. The tree is going to be like the opposite. We are going to add some highlights to it. Probably not going to be able to see this, but I think it's going to help my brain. Okay, and the other thing I need to do is I need to make the little metal up here on the church thing. Is it this? No, that's bats. This. Everything in here needs to be black. Boop. Boop. You guys black? Why aren't you black? Okay, I think what we need is a star right behind this. So let's go down and find the stars. That's clouds. This should be stars. Yeah. We need our basic brush. Oh my god, I've streamed so long today. I didn't mean to. Woo. Yeah. Yes. Okay. We're done. I'm calling this done. Oh, whew. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh. Okay. Now let's go back over here. We get that. Okay, we're going to delete all of our reference images. We don't need those. But what we want are the sketches. Right? Okay. So, do this. Get our paintbrush. Make it stupid big. We'll do the oils. I just like the way that the oil one comes out. Okay. Right? Oils, layers, paintbrush, paint. Let's make this like 300. Oh, it'd help if we turned it on. Okay. Color. Do black. This is what you do. Yeah, do this. All right, we can do the reveal. This, almost this. Where's this one? This one needs to be, he needs to be smaller. Right, he's standing there. This is the sketch. This is our messy, messy, messy sketch. Trying to make it shorter so I don't have to go through as much. Okay, here's our sketch, and here is the reveal. This is what we came up with. Yeah! Woo! Woo! And that's amazing. I am so happy. So we don't need that. I mean, it's technically still work in progress. But we need to file, open recent, right? Oh, no, it's open. Sasquatch. We want the affinity files. Let's open this one. Okay, I'm gonna file, save as. This will be the vampire version. Come on, change. And we are going to not export this yet, but I need where's my, is it, it's part of this. Where in here is it? Oh, it's this group right here. Perfect. Cool. We're just going to copy, paste that over here. Wherever it is. There it is. It's way over there. And we're just going to plop it right there. And we're going to turn off all of these, because those are our sketchy layers. And save this. Oh, we can turn off this. Yeah, so file, export, and JPEG. Export. Vampire. Oh, this is the right side. We can just turn the mask off. Just gonna turn the mask off. And yes. Oh my god. One side is done. Yay! Took like 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, guys. Plus the 3 hours that I did the other day. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna save and close and save and close. And thank you everybody for being here today. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bill Heppener, for following. Retroactive Bex for bringing that gigantic raid of 22 people. Oh my god. I can't express how thankful I am for you to come raid my channel and hang out and listen to me talk about vampires. Thank you, Tortuga Verde, for hanging out over on YouTube all the stream. I greatly appreciate it, especially with the bumpy start that we had today. I will stream again next Wednesday, and we'll hopefully be able to finish the other half of this heart. Or it might be this weekend. I don't know what's going on, but we're gonna get it done. That's what's gonna happen. And I guess we're just gonna have to talk about this last little bit about vampire stuff next week. You're just gonna have to come back. Thank you much. I unfortunately don't have time to raid anybody, so I can't continue. I just don't have time to share the wealth, but I'll see you guys next week. Make sure you check out my social media, especially Instagram, because that's where I announce like if I'm going to stream last minute or anything like that. Thank you very much. I have to go.